everybody, you are listening to CampusNation.com, the Internet Sports Authority. I am Sydney Alexis Phillips with sister station WZAA 106.9 LPFM in Jeffersonville, Ohio. We are live from New Richmond High School. This is the Clinton-Massie versus New Richmond game. I am with cameraman Joe Holdren and our field cameraman Dean Thompson. We are waiting the arrival of our broadcast crew, Tony Mancuso and Jeff Merklin. They will be here shortly, so just stay tuned and they will be here in the next few minutes. Thanks, guys.
From quarterback number 2, Cody Zantine.
Our broadcast team has arrived. Tony Mancuso is in the house, along with Mr. Jeff Merklin. You will no longer have to listen to me attempt to broadcast.
Ball carrier on the play, number 34 for Clinton-Massie. Colton.
All right, it's Tony Mancuso here for CampusNation.com. Had a little technical difficulties getting us on the air, but we are on now. Welcome to beautiful New Richmond High School. Big ball game tonight between the 4-0 New Richmond Lions hosting Clinton-Massie. The Falcons 4-0. A huge game. 8:38 to go, first quarter, no score yet, so you haven't missed much. What a beautiful night for football here in Ohio, New Richmond, home of the Lions. Gorgeous field, gorgeous place.
Carson Van Hoos tripped up by number 78 of the Lions, Gabe Shepard.
Clinton-Massie with a ball on the first drive of the ball game, 2nd and 6. Great to be with you here, CampusNation.com, YouTube channel of Campus Nation, 106.9 WZAA. There's the run into the line by number 34, Colton Trampler. Inside the 10-yard line, looks like a first down for Clinton-Massie, driving on the first drive of the game.
Colton Trampler tripped up by Lions number 14, Austin Suttle. First down on the play, first and goal.
So we got a first and goal for Clinton-Massie on the very opening drive. No score. Clinton-Massie in their traditional whites. There's a handoff to number 20, Carter Frank, who runs it in for the touchdown for Clinton-Massie, who jumps out to the 6-0 lead. What a nice drive by Clinton-Massie, taking the ball the length of the field on the New Richmond Lions defense. Point after kick is going to be good. So with 7:31 to go here at New Richmond High School, it's Clinton-Massie ahead 7-0. Let's reintroduce everybody we have here tonight, folks. I'm Tony Mancuso. The technical difficulties behind us. CampusNation.com, the YouTube channel of Campus Nation. Our sister station, 106.9 WZAA. We have my sidekick, as always, the state champion high school quarterback for West Jefferson, college quarterback for Muskingum, high school coach, Jeff Merklin. Jeff, welcome to beautiful New Richmond High School. What a gorgeous place this is, just gorgeous.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm really glad we're on top of the press box. Look at the beauty.
What a view. Honestly, when whoever designed this stadium deserves some kind of award, because this view here is gorgeous. There's the kick coming down inside the 5-yard line. And New Richmond is just short of the 20.
Tony, from New Richmond tonight, look for the senior quarterback, Luke Lytle. He's 54 for 87 this year, 62% on passing, 781 yards, 8 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions. Luke's also run for 437 yards, a 6.9 average, 8 touchdowns, and as you noticed last week, he kicks PATs and field goals.
Yes, he's everything. He's like the guy I want on my fantasy team, because he's doing every role possible.
He has 108 of the team's 180 points.
Unbelievable. All right, here's a handoff to number 7, who's New Richmond's top back, Chad Tracy. Not much there, a couple yards. Maybe not even that on first down. We're 2nd and 8.
Play for the Lions, number 7, Chad Tracy.
There's a swing pass out to Tracy. Tracy to the 27-yard line, where he's hit and dragged down, short of the first down. So big third down early for New Richmond. Like we've said before, an opening drive by Clinton-Massie, the powerhouse all the way down the field to get the lead, and it's New Richmond now with their first chance to answer. Lytle fakes the handoff and breaks away to the 40 and out of bounds at about the 41. Nice run, Jeff.
He's absolutely one of the better quarterbacks you're going to see. He made a nice hip fake move there to get the first down. Really a nice move.
On the tackle for Clinton-Massie, number 11. Lake Ireland.
There's a give into the line for Tracy across the 40 to about the 41, pushing the 42-yard line on first down.
Tony Tracy, I'm told, has received a scholarship offer from Mount St. Joe's in Cincinnati. Coming into this game, he has 251 yards and 2 touchdowns in the 4 games.
Solid running back. There's Lytle back to pass, and it is picked by number 2, Cody Zantini, the quarterback, the defensive back. Big pick for Clinton-Massie, stalling the New Richmond drive.
Well, unlike last week, Tony, when we saw New Richmond go
wait
deep.
Wait a minute. Flag's down.
Oh,
they're going to wave this off. They're going to wave it off. So the pick is eliminated. There is no pick. No interception for Massey. And New Richmond keeps the ball. What a big swing that was, Jeff.
What's the call?
Pass interference on the Clinton-Massie Falcon. We didn't catch the number or who, but it extends it stops the turnover and extends the drive. First down, New Richmond from the 44 of Clinton-Massie.
It was a huge break.
Yes. You turn the ball over there down 7-0, you're in danger of going down 2 scores quick, but the call's made and New Richmond keeps the ball.
Really a good crowd here tonight. It's got to be maybe the maximum capacity they're allowed in this COVID days.
Yeah, what a beautiful night, too. Just absolutely beautiful. You can't get, when you script, listen, you folks can see this on the campusnation.com screen. You look at this view. It looks like a scene painted. I'm not much of an art guy, but it looks like a scene painted by who? Who's that famous artist that paints like this?
Landscapes.
Yeah, well, whoever it is. It's gorgeous. It is. We're right at the 50-yard line, perched at the top on the roof, and it's just when God made high school football in Ohio and put it in this place, it was a great, great design, and it's a beautiful, beautiful venue.
Tony, I'd like to go ahead and give a little bit of the background on the teams tonight while we're stopped here. New Richmond comes in at 4-0, 2-0 in the SBAAC. They're coached by Pat Burke. This is his 4th season. Coming into tonight, he's 25-11. Their last playoff appearance was 2017 when they were able to get to the regional semifinals. The offense that the fans will see tonight is almost exclusively the spread. Again, as we talked about, triple threat Luke Lytle is the trigger man. Chad Tracy, also the fullback, who will see a lot of the ball tonight. And their best receiver so far has been senior wide receiver Caden Pollard, 18 catches, 336 yards, 18.7 yards a catch, and 4 touchdowns coming in.
CampusNation.com, the YouTube channel of Campus Nation, 106.9 WZAA, Jeffersonville sister station. I'm Tony Mancuso on the play-by-play. State champion quarterback Jeff Merklin giving you the color analysis and expert opinions and views of what he sees from this beautiful perch. Joe Holdren on the main camera, Dean Thompson on the end zone camera, the beautiful Sydney Phillips running the electricity. It don't get no better than this. I keep saying that over and over again, but it's the truth, folks. The weather's perfect. The scenery's perfect. The river's right near us. It's high school football, 2 undefeated teams, a league title at stake. What else would you want?
I don't know how much more you could ask for, really, barring major upsets and with the shortened season this year. This game is probably for the SBAAC Conference American Division title. The teams will not meet in the playoffs because Clinton-Massie's in Division 4 and New Richmond's Division 3. Last year, Massey won at home 45-16, and so New Richmond, I'm sure, has a lot of incentive to try to get this game and the league. As we know, with the computer points not an issue this year, this is a game you can just lay your ears back and go for it.
Well, there's a stoppage in play, and there's been a significant time elapsed in a stoppage in play. I think we have a problem with the down markers, Jeff, and that's the issue, that they're trying to get that corrected. But meanwhile, our sponsors, let's go through some of them. Sam's Meats, Tin Cap, Collette Farms, John Roberts Excavating. Jeff, tell us about Sam Meats.
Sam's Meats, football fans, stop by Sam's Meats, located in Wilmington, Ohio, 1209 West Locust Street, and support a locally owned and operated business. Sam's Meats has fresh chicken, pork, and beef, along with deli cheese and lunch meats. Their meat deals are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping to save you both time and money.
All right, here we go now. Looks like we've got it corrected, and it's New Richmond 1st and 10 on the Massey 44-yard line. Their opening possession had turned the ball over, but they got it back on a penalty. So it looks like, Jeff, we have the down marker situation corrected, and the officials are ready to signal play and let us roll on.
Not sure I've ever seen that.
That was a while, but they got it fixed. Better be fixed than not.
Blitz.
There's Lytle down the field. He's got a man.
Dropped.
Oh, in and out of his hands. Beautifully thrown ball, Jeff, by Luke Lytle.
Well, if there's been one little chink in Clinton-Massie's armor so far this year, they had to replace nearly their entire defensive backfield from last year to this year, and they've been allowing 26.8 points a game, and a couple weeks ago they gave up 497 yards passing.
That's a lot.
6 touchdowns to
That's
Western Brown's super soft Drew Novak.
And Lytle had Subtle beat for a touchdown, but he could not hold on. There's a quick completion on Lytle to number 2. Luke Lytle to number 3, Tyler Sinninger. It's going to be 3rd and about 1. So Lytle to Sinninger picks up 9 of the yards that they didn't get on the pass down the field. Big 3rd and 1 here. And Lytle completes it out to his receiver, number 14, who's sprinting down the sidelines. That's Austin Subtle, the kid that dropped the pass earlier, but makes up for it on that big play, Jeff.
Well, they've gone the last 2 downs, 2nd and long, 2 short little hitch patterns. Very good idea. And obviously, New Richmond's play in this game is to go through the air.
And I like the idea of Subtle with the drop and going right back to him. So forget the drop, the confidence is back, and New Richmond is on the drive. And there's Tracy with a big hole and gets a touchdown, Jeff. What a drive by New Richmond.
Well, penalties make an enormous difference in this game. Mistakes, whether it's a fumble, an interception, or a penalty at a key point in time, huge difference in this ball game.
So New Richmond answers the Clinton-Massie score, bringing it to 7-6. There's the formation on the extra point. They're going to probably come to the kick position, which they do. So I don't know who that's fooling. It didn't fool us as the broadcasting team. But Mr. Do Everything, Luke Lytle, is the point after attempt to try to get this game tied. Snap down. Kick looks good, and it is. So with 5:02 left, first quarter, it's Clinton-Massie Falcons 7 and New Richmond Lions 7. We've got ourselves a ball game. Tin Cap, Jeff.
Tin Cap.
Yeah, tell us about them.
That's more than just your locally owned hard cider company, Tony. Tin Cap offers handcrafted hard ciders along with local craft beers, cocktails, and pizza. Tin Cap leads the area in entertainment offering. Large televisions for big games like this one, a large outdoor patio with a covered area, and a large stage for live music. Join your friends at Tin Cap, where they always serve up smiles by the glassful. See you for live music Saturdays, trivia Thursdays, all at Tin Cap, located at 59 West Sugar Tree Street in Wilmington.
I think tonight's going to be a fun one. There's no doubt. You go by that opening drive of both teams, they're in it to win it.
Well, the technical difficulties
Behind us,
meant that I couldn't see Clinton-Massie's opening drive.
solid long drive.
I'm
Jeff.
assuming
Yes.
that they stayed on the ground, which is 87% of their play selection this year.
Workmanlike all the way down the field with the rushing touchdown at the end to cap it off. There's the kickoff, fielded by number 1, Carter Uton. Is that the way you pronounce his name, Carter? Well, let's hear the PA guy.
On the kickoff return, number 1, Carter Newton.
That's right. He matched what I said, Carter
right.
Uton. Carter brings it to about the 30, 31-yard line where Massey takes over from there.
Okay, Tony, just briefly, Clinton-Massie's coached by Dan McSorley, his 24th season. He's 222-59 and 2 state titles, 2012 and 2013.
What a great career he's had. And there is a jailbreak by the New Richmond defense. Carson Van Hoos tackled in his backfield.
The fans, as far as looking at Clinton-Massie tonight, again, as I mentioned earlier, they run the ball 87% of the time, which is pretty typical of Coach McSorley's teams. They'll line up in either a wishbone or a wing T look, and what they try to do is get you to stop the fullback, and they'll keep going to him typically until you either stop him or set your defense a little differently.
Well, we have a flag on that play. Let's see if New Richmond takes the penalty or the down. They are taking the penalty, Jeff. So instead of a loss of 5 and 2nd and 15, they're moving them back 1st and 20. You like that call?
I think you take the penalty there,
Yeah.
Sheriff. If it's 5-yarder, you certainly would decline that.
So now we're at 1st down from the 20 and 20 to go for the Clinton-Massie Falcons. There's a handoff into the line, and there is nothing there.
Well, the first 2 plays in this drive exemplify what Massey's about. The first play was a power play. The second play was a counter. They'll get at you with both power and deception. I believe 3 of their offensive linemen, Tony, are state wrestling candidates. And
If I'm a quarterback, I want 3 state wrestling candidates protecting me.
absolutely.
There's a pitch to number 20, Carter Frank, knocked out of bounds about the 35. It's interesting because when you watch this setup, what's it remind us of our childhood? That looks like Nebraska, basically, from the 1970s, that style. That's what it looks like.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, their wishbone from our era, I think, really of Oklahoma and
Nebraska, Texas, exactly.
which primarily is an option offense. Clinton-Massie does run the option, but it's really just one part of their game when they line up. And here they are in the wing T, and they run that very well, too.
Exactly. So they're out of that wishbone look. There's Zantini back to pass, has got an open receiver and caught. And he's still running down the sidelines, number 84, Dawson Conley. Big game.
One of the things I noticed in the film, Tony, was that Cody Zantini, although he passes rarely, he's a tremendous athlete. He gives the Falcons another good runner in the backfield, and he's a very good passer, too. Very good athlete.
Yeah, how about Clinton-Massie 1st and 20 getting out of there? So now it's 1st down on the New Richmond 35. There's the wishbone look handoff to number 6, Carter Van Hoos. Wrestled down after maybe a 2-yard gain.
Tony Carter is first in the SBAAC in rushing. 48 carries, 655 yards. He's averaging coming into tonight 13.6 yards per carry.
That's impossible. Really? 13.6 a carry?
And 13 touchdowns in 4 games.
That's got to be a misprint. 13.6 a carry?
No, sir.
Wow. All right, 2nd and 6 for Massey. There's a handoff into the line. Breaking away again. Number 21, Dalen Maple, does he have a touchdown or is he marked just short? Looks like just short.
Booker on the play. Number 21, Dalen Maple.
What a nice run by Maple.
Out of bounds.
It does remind me of Oklahoma. Where's Elvis Peacock and those type of guys, Jeff?
Well, again,
Right? That's what it looks like.
I'm going to have to argue with a little bit with you because, you know, it's not a pure option look. Now that time the quarterback read that the fullback was uncovered, made a good read, but this is what you get mostly power running and double team blocking.
Yes, and there's Van Hoos scoring the touchdown for Clinton-Massie. What a drive that was. Pinned all the way back, 1st and 20 at one point. No panic by the Clinton-Massie offense. Takes it right down the field and gets back to the lead. We're in for a good one tonight. Beautiful weather, beautiful ball game. So with 3 minutes to go, Massey's lining up for the point after. And it's number 10, Trevor McGinnis, adding the extra point. So with 3 minutes left, quarter number 1, Clinton-Massie 14, New Richmond 7. Tell us about Colette Farms, Jeff.
Colette Farms Pioneer Seed is a family-owned and operated seed dealership offering Pioneer brand products, seed treatments, and trusted agronomic advice for over 45 years. With the use of local data, technology, and digital tools, we help farmers maximize every acre's potential. Count on us to be there throughout the season, working directly with you. Colette Farms Pioneer Seed, farmers just like you.
CampusNation.com, the YouTube channel of Campus Nation. 106.9 WZAA out of Jeffersonville. I'm Tony Mancuso with Jeff Merklin, state champion high school quarterback from an era gone by. In
many eras.
1970s. Whoa, there's a big hit, but he's still going. It looks like number 18. Maybe not. Let's check the number.
On the return for the Lions, number 19.
It's number 19, Bo Snyder with the kick return.
Number 87,
big hit.
Well, this game reminds me of what's the old saying, the immovable object versus the irresistible force.
Right, two different styles, no question about it. New Richmond wants to put the ball in the air. Clinton-Massie, like you explained, Jeff, with several run looks, difficult to defend, no question, because they show you a different look on every snap. They're running the ball, but it's a different look on every snap.
It goes back to the deception that they're so good at. People think about Clinton-Massie with power, but they have a tremendous game plan on offense every week.
All right, Lytle on first down. Hands the ball to Tracy, who barely gets back to the line of scrimmage on first down. The thing about tonight's game, I think, if Massey's going to score, which I think they are, New Richmond needs to answer.
Brought down by number 5, Hayden Clutter.
Clock running, 2:30 to go, first quarter. Lytle back to pass, airs it out, and that ball is broken up.
Very nice try by the receiver.
Yeah.
Just couldn't come up with it.
Number 3, Tyler Sininger looks like the receiver.
Yeah, I believe this is,
number
I'm sorry.
9, Caden Pollard.
Tony, I think this is maybe the fourth in 5 weeks, fourth team that's run the spread against Massey. They come at them in a 4-2. Their linebackers have been playing very well this year. That's senior Caden Clutter and junior Colton Trampler.
Big third down for Massey on defense as New Richmond drops back. Lytle racing out of the pocket, lost his footing and barely gets back to the line, Jeff, on third down. So it's a punting situation. Clinton-Massie holds serve on that drive and looks like they're going to get the ball in good field position.
Yeah, Tony, you're right. That's a tough 3 and out for New Richmond.
You got to answer. Playing a powerhouse like Clinton-Massie and the way they've scored and run the ball up and down the field, you got to match it. You get more than a score behind, it's an uphill battle, as you know, Jeff. There's Lytle, the Mr. Fantasy Football everything, with a punt to the 44-yard line where the Clinton-Massie receiver is brought down. Van Hoos looked like the punt returner.
Received by number 6.
So Clinton-Massie takes over on their side of the field.
I think this is a big drive for New Richmond.
Yes, it is. Defensively, need to keep them at 14-7.
And New Richmond's defense, the fans will notice, their base defense is a 3-4. And first 4 weeks of the season, they've been led by defensive backs, junior Bo Snyder, sophomore Jack Moore with 3 interceptions each.
There's that Oklahoma wishbone look, and it's a handoff to number 20, again for Massey. That's Carter Frank.
Carter Frank, by the way, is third in the league in rushing. He's got 488 yards, 12 touchdowns coming into this game. And he also has 97 receiving yards and another touchdown.
Strong, solid running back, no doubt.
And, of course, the fullback that scored earlier is a good runner, and the quarterback, wonderful athlete. They're tough. I mean, you just don't see this kind of offense anymore.
No, you don't. Not in 2020.
And they're good at it.
That's for sure, yes. It's beautifully run. It's a sight to see. It really is. And you're right. The first look is a handoff to the fullback. That's how we watched football in the 1970s, early 70s. Matter of fact, by the time the late 70s came around, that style was eradicated by then.
Still a lot in the late 70s, early 80s. About the, and I know that because it came into being at the college I played at, which was not in my favor. But
yeah, you weren't a wishbone guy, yeah.
As my coach in high school said, I ran like a cow on ice.
Moo. This time a handoff looks like to Frank, who's bottled up inside as we're approaching under 40 seconds in quarter number 1 here at New Richmond High School. If you guys have never been here, or please come up here and sit on the roof like we are, you're going to get a treat that you've never seen before anywhere. This is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. There's a pitch out to Carter Frank, who gets close to the first down. That might be the last play of the quarter, Jeff. And it is, as it's winding down. The band plays, the gun shoots, the buzzer rings. We're at the end of the first quarter here at New Richmond, where the Clinton-Massie Falcons lead the New Richmond Lions. Both teams 4-0. 14-7, Clinton-Massie. Jeff, I'm going to put on my Cincinnati Reds hoodie while you tell us about John Roberts Excavating and maybe even Sam's Meats, depending on how long it takes me to dress.
Well, I hope that hoodie helps the Reds this weekend. That's all I got to say. John Roberts Excavating is located in Wilmington. It's a family-owned business that opened in 1998. John Roberts Excavating is specialized and experienced in general excavation, sewer, storm, grading, field tile, drainage, land clearing, ponds, demolition, and paving. Look up John Roberts Excavating on Facebook or call 937-382-1788. That's 937-382-1788 for a free estimate. And while I have a little extra time, let's go ahead and talk about Sam's Meats. Football fans, stop by Sam's Meats, located in Wilmington, Ohio at 1209 West Locust Street, and support a locally owned and operated business. Sam's Meats has fresh chicken, pork, and beef, along with deli cheese and lunch meats. Their meat deals are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping to save you both time and money.
All right, first play of the quarter. There's number 6 for Massey on the handoff. Carson Van Hoos still on his feet. The whole team is pushing him inside the 4-yard line. What a run that was.
Well, at some point I'd like to talk about the rule that was changed that allows now assisting the runner.
Yeah, remember Reggie Bush and what was it, Notre Dame?
Notre Dame and
yeah, they
SC.
didn't let that happen.
Well, it wasn't
allowed,
let it
but
happen,
they let it happen.
Right,
exactly. Notre Dame never forgave him for that. Remember how mad they were, that whole administration? That
In fact, that was the quarterback that pushed him in,
yes,
wasn't
it was Leinart, and it was
Matt Leinart, yes.
I don't know if that was, I can't remember if that was the year USC won it or lost to Texas, but that got him there, that's for sure.
Well, let me just say real quick about that. I'm very much against that rule because when you have a scrum like that, a lot of knees get injured in that type of situation. When a runner is had his forward progress stopped.
That should be it.
And especially in high school. I'm not sure why they changed it in college, but I think that's a dangerous situation. That's what back in 1869 in the first football game, that's what it looked like, and there were so many
like
many
a form of rugby almost.
Correct. And there was so many injuries, that was one of the reasons why back then. So I'd like to see that rule back to your forward progress is stopped, that's it, blow the whistle, put the ball down, and let's play.
Tin Cap is more than just your locally owned hard cider company. Tin Cap offers handcrafted hard ciders along with local craft beers, cocktails, and pizza. Tin Cap leads the area in entertainment, offering large TVs for big games like these. The largest outdoor patio with covered area and a large stage for live music. Join your friends at Tin Cap where they always serve up smiles by the glassful. We'll see you live music Saturdays, trivia Thursdays. Tin Cap, located 59 West Sugar Street in Wilmington, Ohio. First and goal inside the 4. Clinton-Massie leading 14-7 and trying to add on to the lead. There's a handoff to number 6, Carson Van Hoos. Looks like he's in. Yes, he is. Looked like he was stopped, but the official on the second effort gets him in.
Yeah, he made a lunge at the end.
Yes,
very nice run.
Strong run because he was stacked up, Jeff. On second effort, gets in, and the Clinton-Massie machine keeps rolling as they get out to 20-7 pending the extra point. We said earlier we weren't going to be too many times this year where we announced Massie behind, and that's been the case a lot.
Well, it certainly helped. Joe Boffman, 6'4", 225-pound senior lineman, and Jonathan Collins, a 6'2", 240-pound senior lineman, are just clearing truck driver holes through there. And I do want to very briefly talk about really what an impressive offense, again, Massie has. We talked last week, if you remember, we see so many spreads. The idea behind the spread is to try to get more favorable one-on-one blocking matchups in the passing and the running game. Well, with Massie,
they're not doing that.
They're not doing that, but what their strategy is in the running game is they almost always have 2 blockers at the point of attack. It may be from a double tight where an end blocks down and you have 2 running backs leading through the hole. Their discipline on that is really a beautiful thing to watch, especially if you're a coach from the 60s or 70s.
And they impose their will through the running game, which is something that you don't see in the 21st millennium generation. You don't see it.
I mean, I love passing, but this is a beautiful offense.
Yes, it's fun to watch. There's New Richmond bringing the kick out to about the 34-yard line. You got to keep up with them, New Richmond. If you let them run you up and down the field like that, it's going to be a long night.
Well, 21-7, we're barely into the second quarter. We said the last drive for New Richmond was big, and
this one's bigger.
This may be bigger.
That's for sure.
And if for no other reason as well as maybe getting a little confidence back in what they're doing out there.
The first drive was, you remember they had a turnover that was overturned, but they went down the field and matched it. Now they've gotten themselves 2 scores behind.
Lonesome Polecat.
Yeah, how about this? And he's got his man. What a nice pass by Lytle. Complete to number 9, Caden Pollard. out of a deceptive formation. Jeff, describe the formation. What are you trying to do there?
Well, you're trying to spread out the field, and in my day they called it the lonesome polecat.
And here it is again.
The guy who's snapping the ball is actually eligible because of where the linemen line up. You have a left end and then 5 linemen clear on the left side of the field. So the person that's snapping is actually the right end, and then your other running backs are out wide right in the backfield.
Of course, Coach McSorley, seeing this set being run twice in a row, calls a timeout and gathers his defense over. I'm sure they're making some adjustments. And we saw New Richmond play last week, and that formation was not in their game plan. We never saw it.
No. If we have some time at halftime, Tony, I'd like to talk about how this season and the way it's been structured has really, in my opinion, made a change to how teams are playing the regular season, and I think for the best.
You're thinking you could play more reckless because you're in the tournament regardless, right? Yeah.
And not just that, but I don't know if reckless is the right word, but
carefree, take more chances.
Take more chances.
Here you are again with the same formation. There's the snap to Lytle, who throws it down the field, and I believe that's an interception.
Last week we saw New Richmond go deep. I don't know how many times. Clinton-Massie's corners are really stepping up tonight after the problems they had in the last, at least against Western Brown. Really a wonderful defensive play.
So Lytle, out of that same formation, throws the ball down the field, and we think there's an interception, but there was flags down. So let's wait for the call. I think it looks like it might be on New Richmond. It's an illegal procedure, which of course, when you're in this type of offense, you're not surprised when you get illegal formations. So the interception, I didn't catch the number on who picked the ball off. Maybe we'll get clarification on that from.
Interception stands. Clinton-Massie takes over.
Even the PA announcer didn't help us on that.
11 remaining in the half.
Need to go back to East Jim Brown Stadium.
I don't want those camis again, Tony.
Yeah, no, we don't want the uniforms, but the spotters were fantastic. All right, Clinton-Massie takes over inside about the 6-yard line. There's a handoff into the line, and again, gang tackling by the New Richmond defense. That ball carrier was number 34, Colton Trampler.
On the tackle by number 4, Seth Mattingly.
I believe they run two players in there at fullback. Combined, their running stats are pretty good too.
Gain of 5, second down and 5 to go for Clinton-Massie.
There's another handoff, of course, by the Massey offense. That time, number 34, Colton Trampler again. Colton with another run.
Tackle by number 4, Seth Mattingly for the Lions. Was enough for a first down, 1st and 10.
Another first down for Clinton-Massie, and I'll tell you something, they really imposing their will up front. Give me those wrestlers protecting me. I'll take them. I won't be afraid of anything with those guys hanging around like bodyguards.
Well, in addition to being wrestlers, New Richmond, the information that we had did not have the height and weight of the kids, but just from eyeing it, it's quite a difference in size.
No doubt. And it's such a synchronized offense. The offensive line is right on the cue of the quarterback and the running backs. And another handoff, this one to Carter Frank.
Again, that just a power play out of the wishbone. You have 2 running backs, the fullback and the left half, leading the right half through the left side. Really a nice football play, and very hard to stop if it's blocked correctly.
There is a flag down on that call, Jeff, and it's going against Clinton-Massie.
Sideline warning against
Warning.
Just a warning for Massey.
Players a little too close
Yeah,
to
no penalty, just a warning.
to the field.
first down for the Falcons.
If I was their players, I'd want to be watching this too, because it's a thing of beauty to watch. There's no doubt about that. There's an inside handoff, and number 20, Carter Frank, again, bowling ahead for another first down.
That's the counter out of the wing T. Fairly standard play for a wing T team, but again, the execution, perfect.
And New Richmond needs to hang in there. I know, I can imagine it's frustrating to get run over this way, but you need a stop. Need a stop. There's an inside handoff to the fullback. Colton Trampler still on his feet, Jeff. These guys do not go down with the first hit. Yards after contact, which is a modern term. That stat is amazing for the Clinton-Massie running backs.
Well, this is a solid program up and down. The community supports the program. I believe Coach McSorley won more games in his first, I think, 8 or 9 years than they had in the since the school was formed in 1962 up to that point, which would have been about 1996.
There's a handoff again to Colton Trampler.
Culture there is very, very much football.
Yeah, and you called it correctly. The offense runs through the fullback. It really does.
I mean, the fullbacks do not show in the SBAAC statistics for rushing, but you see, I think that's 3 now that have had carries from the fullback position. And in addition to being good runners, extremely important blocking position in this, and when they're in the wishbone.
And there goes Massey again. That's number 6. Carson Van Hoos breaking away for another touchdown.
That's the power play the other way, with the left half this time being led by the fullback and the right half through the right side. And again, seeing these 2 blockers at the point of attack with only the people in red there to block means everybody else is doing their, getting their blocks. And if you want to play for Dan McSorley, you better block.
Well, I think those kids have that figured out.
Yes, and they do.
Yeah. Trevor McGinnis, the point after. Good. And with 7:37 left in the first half, it's Clinton-Massie 28, New Richmond 7. Jeff, tell us a little bit about Colette Farms.
Colette Farms. Colette Farms Pioneer Seed is a family-owned and operated seed dealership offering Pioneer brand products, seed treatments, and trusted agronomic advice for over 45 years. With the use of local data, technology, and digital tools, we help farmers maximize every acre's potential. Count on us to be there throughout the season, working directly with you. Colette Farms Pioneer Seed. Farmers just like you.
7:37 left first half. Clinton-Massie out 28-7 over New Richmond. All on the ground. It definitely is different and refreshing for 2020. And the amazing thing about it is it works and it's effective. There's a muffed kickoff, but picked up by number 19 for New Richmond. That's Bo Snyder, brings it just outside the 20 at about the 21.
Well, I think it's really important that a team like Massey, you either have very difficult to stop passing attack or a very good running game. I mean, as they advance deeper into the playoffs, they come up against larger and physical size private schools.
Yeah.
The second state title was against Youngstown Cardinal Mooney, which typically has a small college size to it.
Right.
So that's the way they win the states.
Lido in the shotgun completes the pass. A nice gain out to number 7, Chad Tracy.
Pass complete to number 7, Chad Tracy.
Usually in the backfield, but he was spread out that time.
For Clinton-Massie, Cody Zentine.
Like we said earlier, we've said it like 3 drives in a row now, but New Richmond needs points. Same basic look. Lido to Tracy again, Jeff.
Well, what they're trying to do, and I think it's wise, you can't get 21 points back at once. This is the spreads version of a running attack where you're throwing just little passes, get your players out in space, and let them run with the ball.
Yes, and Lido goes the other way this time to Tyler Sininger. It's effective, no question. You are right. I like your call about you don't score 21 points on this drive.
But it's extremely important, I think, that they get maybe something out of this, even if it's a field goal, because you reach a point where you start to wonder when you're up against a team like Massey.
3rd and 1, and Lytle breaks through the initial tackler for a first down around the 45-yard line. New Richmond's moving quickly. They're not shy about pushing the tempo.
Well, I think they know that they have to move the ball through the air. That's what other teams have done when they've had some success against Massey. And, you know, if you're picking up 3, 4, 5 yards with a pass and the receivers are catching it, why not?
So Lytle, it's completion.
Blake Ireland. 2nd down and 7 yards to go.
2nd and 7 for New Richmond. Marching down, attempting to cut into the lead. There's Lytle throwing deep down the field, just overthrown out of the outstretched arms of number 3, Tyler Sininger. Hey, they're beating these receivers down the field, Jeff.
Beating the defenders, you mean?
Yes, down the defenders, sorry. The receivers are beating the defenders down the field.
And it's been probably, 4 or 5 times they've gotten behind the secondary.
Just missed it.
When you're struggling to stay in a game against a really good team and you're not hitting those, it's just frustrating.
Lytle takes the snap and is buried for a loss.
On the play for the Lions, number 2, Luke Lytle.
Lytle with the keeper. Are they punting or going for it?
Well, I think you have to punt
formation here. Well, I don't know about this. You think so? I don't know. Punting away, you're in danger of going down 35-7.
Well, if you don't make it, it's almost you have the field reduced in half.
Except what difference has that made so far?
None.
Yeah, none. So I'm not sure. I think you got to play the rest of this game to try to score. If it takes you 5th down, you keep going for it. John Roberts Excavating, located in Wilmington, is a family-owned business since 1998. They are specialized and experienced in general excavation, sewer, storm, grading, field tile, drainage, land clearing, ponds, demolition, and paving. Look us up on Facebook or call 937-382-1788 for a free estimate. John Roberts Excavating. 4:41 to go, first half. New Richmond High School. Clinton-Massie with the ball again. This time stacked up for little or no gain.
Just a tip for the fans: it's very difficult for the defense to pick this up, but particularly when you're in the wishbone, if one back has moved forward a little bit, it's probably the other halfback that's going to get the ball because the one that's moved forward a little bit is getting a little closer so you can have a better angle at the block. And that's what happened on that play.
Well, that's what you're trying to read as a defender, right? There's a pitch to number 6. And it's Carson Van Hoos again.
On the play, ball carrier number 6, Carson Van Hoos.
Across the 30 to about the
Tackle number
31,
5, Isaiah Bowman.
and there is one injured player down for
Stop
New
by the
Richmond.
concession stand.
Can't get the number, and I don't want to say it because I don't want mom and dad and grandma and grandpa worried about their kid if that's the wrong number, because from our vantage point, we can't quite tell who it is. But he is walking off under his own power. So 3:40 to go, first half.
Looks like he may have had a stinger or
Yeah,
something.
some sort of
from the way
stinger,
he's-
but mom, dad, grandma, we're not going to say the name because we're not sure who it is. I don't want you panicking. But he did walk off. 3:30 to go, first half. Can you throw out of this set, Jeff?
Oh, most certainly. And, of course, being an old quarterback and having seen Cody Zantini on film and seeing just how talented he is, I'd kind of like to see him put it up a little bit. They're going to need to pass deeper into the playoffs, at least a little bit.
So New Richmond apparently holds on downs. Punt formation for Clinton-Massie. I'm sure they're going to kick it out of there.
I may be wrong about that, though. I mean, they really put it to Kettering Altar the first week of the season, and that was primarily on the ground.
So it was a fake. I had that called from up here. It was absolute. That's what I said apparently, and used those buzz phrases because it just did not seem like Clinton-Massie was going to be kicking the ball away, and they did not. But New Richmond stopped it, Jeff.
Big play. Let's see if Lytle can get it in the end zone.
Now, do you get to a point where you're just a hair too greedy in that situation? Because you're 28-7. If you back them down, you're probably going to go into half ahead 28-7. Now you've given New Richmond the ball on your Massey 29 with a short field and a chance to score before the half. It looked like a fake formation all from the beginning. And there goes Tracy on first down, busting through inside the 10-yard line.
Well, I have to admit my bewilderment at that call.
I mean, it was a Coach McSorley's seen and done more today than I've done my whole life in the sport of football.
I don't mean question it.
But
I just didn't understand it. I mean, I would have thought if they were going to try to hold the ball for the rest of the quarter and try to score, they may have passed on third down.
And what about the idea if you were just run a traditional play out of your power set rather than a fake punt the way it went? New Richmond was ready for it and stopped it.
Right. The only thing I can think of is, again, that's a play maybe he's looking to have in his pocket later on down the line. It just seemed like a different type of a situation to run it.
All right, here's a face mask for Clinton-Massie, bringing it inside the 3-yard line. Face mask on Massey. We didn't get the number. There's Lytle bowling in for the touchdown for New Richmond. And like we said a moment ago, the momentum changed. Clinton-Massie ahead 28-7, 4th and 1, decides to go for it. They're stopped on a fake punt. New Richmond short field takes it in. What a big score before half. And we're kind of shaking our head going, I'm not sure you needed to do that, but they did it, and it all backfired. Everything about that went wrong. They didn't get the first down. They didn't get the stop. New Richmond scores. So there's Lytle's point after is blocked.
Big play.
So I guess you got some solace out of it, but we're 28-13 with 2:05 to go.
Tony, going back to that play, I'm thinking about it, and the only thing I can think about is Coach McSorley is very comfortable that this is not a game he's going to be seriously contested in. And, you know, you try something you may need down the line in 4 or 5 weeks. That's the only explanation I can think of, because if you're going to go for it, I agree with you. You
line up and play.
Dance with the
they
person you
really
brought to the dance.
Yeah, the New Richmond Lions defense has had trouble stopping them in the traditional formations. So instead you line up in a fake field goal fake punt formation, and you don't pick it up.
Well, it's given New Richmond
they got life.
An opening.
Yes, they got life. But, of course, the ball's kicked out of bounds, giving Massie great field position.
Well, what do we have? 2:03 to go. Let's see if Cody Zantini lights it up a little bit here and see what happens.
Again, we're going to have a lot of Cincinnati Bengals references for the new audience tonight. If that didn't look like Cincinnati Bengals football, I've never seen anything more like it, where you get a huge turn of events.
You kick it
and
out of
here's
bounds.
someone like Shane Graham or Randy Bullock or Mike Nugent, or worse, kicking it out of bounds. Switching the momentum you just had.
Wing T sweep. Oh, nice play.
And number 6, Carson Van Hoos with the carry. They didn't need that kickoff out of bounds penalty. All the momentum shifted back to them, and now it's shifted back to Massie.
Seth Mattingly really made a nice tackle on the perimeter there. I'm not sure if he didn't make that tackle, the running back was may not have been gone.
Seems to me, Jeff, with this time running down 129 and counting, wouldn't this be a time where if you did have a passing offense that you'd turn it on now?
Well, that's why I said before the first play, I thought, well, let's see what he's got.
But, of course, it's all runs.
And it's a fullback trap.
And it's a fullback trap for a first down.
My gosh, the guard just mauled somebody.
Yeah, it's amazing because from where we're sitting and on our couches at home, we'd be thinking pass, pass, pass. But it's not, and they're still moving the ball. And
well,
really, time isn't a factor.
They have 2 timeouts, and in high school and college, you make a first down, clock stops until the chains are reset.
There's a pitch to Carter Frank, who comes to our side of the field, knocked out of bounds with 54 seconds to go. Isn't it something that you can take a 2-minute drill on the ground?
Well, if you know what you're doing, and good coaches do. Well, do we have a penalty, Tony?
Yeah, I think we're moving it back that time, Jeff. New Richmond needs a stop.
You know, another thing that kind of puzzles me about the last drive for Massie was that I think New Richmond gets the ball coming out the second half.
Yes, because it could have been a disaster all the way around. Now it's a passing offense, and there's a short pass that's complete, but behind the line of scrimmage. So Zantini completes the pass to number 6, Carson Van Hoos, but it's behind the line.
Well, that's a screen pass. One of the
didn't open up.
It's a variation of the middle screen, and if you don't practice screens very much, there's so much a timing play. And again, that may have been a play that coach wants to put in the pocket and try in the real life situation and see what happens, but that one didn't go too well.
Let's talk about Sam's Meats. Football fans, stop by Sam's Meats, located in Wilmington, Ohio, at 1209 West Locust Street. To support a locally owned and operated business, Sam's Meats has fresh chicken, pork, and beef, along with deli, cheese, and lunch meats. Their meat deals are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping to save you both time and money. The dining room is open for you to enjoy homemade hot bar meals and their made-to-order grill menu. Sam's Meats also offers catering, party trays, variety of homemade, not hail-made, desserts, open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Go check out Sam's Meats.
Here's a spread with the quarterback under center. They're just going to, well, it's a wing T sweep with the, is that Franks or?
It's Van Hoos with the pitch. Maybe should have went out of bounds, Jeff. That extra yard didn't help him much in this situation. 25 seconds to go.
Ball carrier on the play, number 6.
Did he get out of bounds or is it a timeout?
I think it was a first down.
Yeah, that's right. First down. So no running backs. But, of course, it's a pitch back to number 20, Carter Frank, who comes back around,
Number 20,
takes the pitch.
Carter Frank,
This, to me,
tripped up.
is where this offense lacks. If you're going to criticize it at all, which is difficult to do, let's face it, I think you got to throw the ball in these situations, but they don't.
Ball by Clinton-Massie.
Well, this is part of some strategy. This is not a mistake. I have to admit I'm not quite sure where they're going with this, but to go on 4th and 1 at your own 30, possibly leave it and run an odd play that you don't probably run too often in practice, and then with New Richmond giving them a short field and them getting the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, you believe it's all based on the fact that you're in the playoffs. Forget points, forget computers, forget everything. You're just playing regardless.
My theory
You're
again
playing
is
for
that
December.
He's playing for December in some way, and while it may look to us odd and questionable, it's not. And he has a very specific purpose. Again, I guess being a quarterback, I'd really like to see Cody throw the ball.
Yeah, me too.
I've seen him on film, and he's very good.
Well, here's a rollout for Zantini. Breaks a tackle inside the 30. I'm not sure they're going to have enough time, Jeff.
Is that a first down?
Yeah, but under 10 seconds, and the clock stops at 8 seconds.
Got to clock it. They
and
do.
There's the clock play, but you only got one more play.
Well, what they did against Batavia last week, maybe about the 35 or the 30, about this area of the field, is they ran a very nice play-action pass and hit their right end to split on a post pattern. So let's see if we get that same thing tonight. Of course, play action's probably not going to fake anybody out in this situation, but let's see if they try that.
This is probably the last play of the half, and it's a big play for both teams. New Richmond needs a stop. Don't give up a long touchdown at this point. So the officials are resetting the clock to 10 seconds. The home team had it down to 8 or 6.
Yeah. I think I didn't see it either. That's why I asked.
Now the
whether
officials put
down.
10 back on the clock.
Yeah,
so 2 extra seconds added, and the fans didn't like it. They're grumbling.
Let's see if they go with this post to the end at the top of the field. That would be.
And now's a timeout by the New Richmond staff.
Blake Ireland.
To regroup. That was an interesting set of events there because the first down was made and the clock ran down to 8 seconds first, and then they marked it to 6. And then the officiating crew says, wait a minute, home clock operator, it's not 8 seconds, it's not 6 seconds, it's 10 seconds. So that changes things. You might almost have 2 plays, Jeff, if you throw the ball.
I think you do.
If you throw the ball here, you've got 2 plays.
Well, was the is it second down or first down? The chains say first down. The scoreboard says second
down.
Was the clock done?
Yes, the clock was stopped and it's first down.
Yeah, I think you had 3 or 4 seconds ran off on the clock that probably shouldn't have happened.
And the officials spotted it and they gave him the time. So the clock, now they've regrouped again, and they're going.
Correction to 8 seconds.
Well, let's look for a play-action pass to the front, fake to the fullback, and see if they go deep to that wide receiver.
They're going to put it at 8 seconds now. So here we go. We've had 3 different times the last few seconds, but we're going to play 8 officially.
When we get to playing. Here we go. Not. What in the world are
Now
these referees
well,
doing?
Clinton-Massie, I think, is called a timeout.
They have none left.
Or have they? Let's see. I think our gentlemen are a little bit confused about the clock, to say the least, to put it politely. We had 10 seconds, we had 6, we had 8. We've had 8 twice. So we are going to play 8 seconds, it looks like, officially from here on
I
this
think they're
play.
happy with 8.
Yeah, everybody seems that 8 is the agreed number.
Thank goodness.
So here we go.
Oh,
And there is a
running
pass,
out.
like you said, into the end zone that's picked off. So they did try to throw it into the end zone. And New Richmond did what they had to do. They intercept the pass to stop the drive. There'll be 1 second left. We anticipate a kneel down to end the half. But that couldn't have been scripted any better for the New Richmond defense, Jeff.
A very nice play by the defensive back. My guess would be that Massey thought they showed the post last week, so they went with the fly pattern to the outside tonight. Good ball, but very well played by the defender.
Yes, and that was a big play for the New Richmond Lions. There's a snap back to Lytle, who kneels on the snap to end the first half here at beautiful New Richmond High School. The first half score, 28 Clinton-Massie, 13 New Richmond at halftime. CampusNation.com, the YouTube channel of Campus Nation. 106.9 WZAA out of Jeffersonville. Sydney, are we running the band or are we talking? Which are we doing? Yeah, okay, so we're going to see the beautiful New Richmond band taking the field. They gave us the cue, Jeff, to do what we do, and that is talk. So let's talk. So what I want to talk about at this half, you said you wanted to touch on some things about playoffs. And that, like Jim Morris Sr. said, playoffs? 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 But tell us about it, Jeff.
Sure, I appreciate that, Tony. You know, as we've mentioned numerous times tonight and in the weeks prior, the playoff system this year is entirely different because of the COVID. And I've been wondering the last couple, 3 weeks how athletic directors in the state are handling this football situation where you can opt in or opt out of the playoffs to begin with. After that, you can still, if you lose, say, the first round, you can play 3 more games if you want. If you opt in and you lose the second round, you could then still play 2 more games. Is that a difficult thing for the athletic directors? Is it are a lot of teams opting out so there's to avoid, like we see so much in basketball, a first-round game 1 girls basketball, which is what I coach. You know, you see throughout the state sometimes scores like 90-6 or something like that in the first round.
Yeah, that's a little silly.
And, you know, you don't want that in football. You don't want it really in any sport, but it's going to happen. But in football, you know, there's a physical issue to it that's a little more serious than basketball. But I was able to get some information from the athletic director at Clinton-Massie, a good gentleman by the name of Benny Carroll, this week, and he gave me some insight as to how he as an athletic director has perceived it this year. First would be, are many teams opting out? And
are they?
Well, as far as they would have had to have already opted out, I think by maybe it was last Friday or so, I forget the date, but the seedings and the meetings for seedings in the regional and the pairings are this weekend, Saturday and Sunday.
So the whole thing is figured out this weekend?
Right. It's just like your district meetings for basketball where everybody meets, you seed the teams, and then the top seeded team gets to pick where they want on the bracket, and then number 2 picks where they want on the bracket, and so on until all the teams in the district have picked where they want to be. the last I'd heard from Central Ohio, where we are, there had only been 2 teams that had opted out. That is Delaware Hayes and Newark, which, of course, both are struggling this year. Mr. Carroll indicated that, at least as far as the teams that he was aware of in the SBAAC or teams around Clinton-Massie down here in southwestern Ohio, he wasn't aware of anybody that had opted out.
Well, why would you opt out? When I heard this announced at the beginning, and we debated this all the way back in week 1, you got a chance to play in the playoff. Why in the world would you opt out?
Well, you and Mr. Carroll think alike.
Right, you play.
His statement to me was that there are still numerous schools in the state of Ohio that have never been in the playoffs, and their coaches may think it's a good experience.
Yeah.
Their coaches may think they can put a banner up on the wall or something on the town limits, a sign that says, 2020 playoff participant. And I have to admit, I hadn't thought about that before. But
perfect.
It's certainly an argument in your favor. I'm concerned because we know there's not equity in how community to community handles football, the inner city schools versus the suburban schools. In Cincinnati, you have Catholic school powerhouses, for instance, and most of the Cincinnati public schools struggle. I would not, if I were the coach and I was a team that was, say, 0-5 when I had to make the decision whether they wanted in or out of the playoffs, I would not want in, because here's the deal. If I'm 0-5, I'm going to get maybe the last last
the
choice.
last seed,
and
right.
So if I'm a Division I school, it's a public school in Cincinnati, and I go last, I don't have any choices, and the only one that's probably going to be left is St. Xavier or Moeller.
Right.
Do I want my kids to go into a situation like that just for the experience of playing in the playoffs? My view is the answer is absolutely not. I would rather, as an athletic director and a coach, schedule a team that is similar to us and have the kids have a competitive game and build on that. And if you're trying to build a program, which is very difficult in some school districts, you have a positive going forward. You don't have a situation where, like for instance, you hate the running clock.
Yeah, I do.
So how much of an experience is that anyway?
It's terrible. I hate the running clock, but that's a different argument. What I'm suggesting is this. You get to play anyway the next week, right? Is that the rule?
Yes.
Okay, so here's my thought. You get to play the following week whether you got beat 75-0 anyway. So why not get a little different flavor? Let's say, hey, we're playing a state playoff game. It'll be interesting. The kids will be a little bit fired up in a different way. The school fired up in a different way. You may not have much of a chance to win. You get beat 50, 60 points, and you play next week your game where you were anyway. I don't know. I tend to say let's play in a playoff.
Well, have you ever
whether you're bad or not.
Have you ever coached a football team?
Okay.
And here's why I say that.
Never coached a football. You know that I've coached other sports.
I know you're a tremendous
and
sports
I can't
mind,
stand being beat by a team superior than me.
But here's the situation. I've coached youth football for 20 years, a junior high program I was in for was the head coach for 2 years, and there is nothing positive as far as I'm concerned about getting beat 40 or 50 to nothing.
All right.
And so I can just tell you, you get beat physically. The kids are already struggling to maybe learn the game, even in high school with some programs. I don't see anything positive to that. Now, as far as Mr. Carroll's point about teams being able to say they made the playoffs, that's a personal decision for the school district and the coach and the AD, knowing the kids and the community. But you're not going to get a whole bunch of people coming to that game watching their kids in the first place if it's in certain communities. But
here's the weird thing. You can play in this playoff week and still finish the season.
You could play up to 10 games. You could, in theory, lose in the regional finals, which would be the 9th week.
Well, you wouldn't do that.
and then play the 10th game.
No, I'm not talking about
No,
teams
I
like
understand that.
Those type of teams that go that far are done when they lose.
Correct.
I'm talking about your team that gets beat 63-0. They get 4 more games.
Why would you want to take a public school in Cincinnati that has no tradition of a football program and go up against Moeller and not only get beat probably only 60 or 70 with a running clock, and have your kids physically beat up for the next game?
No,
it's
I don't like.
No reason in the universe.
I don't
for
like that part, but you know the part. If we're not going to keep score or keep records or run clocks or do that kind of thing, let's just shut the stadium clock and board off. Let's just say, hey, kids, let's play for an hour and have fun and enjoy yourselves, and we'll see you next week when we do the same thing.
Well,
but we don't play that way. We have a clock, we have rankings, we have statistics, we're playing for winning and losing, and that's what you do.
Well, as you often...
And it's a part of life to learn lessons. Sometimes to get beat 63-0 is a life lesson for a kid.
I'm going to disagree with you there.
All right.
Now, I've never coached at the high school level. I've played at the high school level, and fortunately, we were the team that was on top. But what your argument there is just what you often accuse me of, and you just did a couple minutes ago. That's another argument. The argument is, do you play in the first place? Now, if you play in the first place and you go in, you're subject to the rules like everybody else.
Good enough.
Which is, if you don't have a team that can even be competitive for 1 minute, you're doing the kids a disservice.
All right.
And
that's why we get paid the big bucks to disagree with each other up here, which we get paid nothing. So here we go.
Well, let me talk about a couple other issues. One of the things was the games we've been at, and of course, typically in any high school scenario, you're not going to have a bunch of people from the visitors, near as much as the home crowd. But it just seemed like we had very, very few people on the visitors. Mr. Carroll told me that with the SBAC, the way the ticket situation is handled, and he also said it depends on the schools and the leagues, but in the SBAC, they determine the capacity of the stadium. They adjust the capacity for whatever COVID rules are in place for that county, and then the home team gets 3/4 of the tickets, and the visiting team gets 1/4. And so that would have tonight. There were with the COVID, it's 600 max, and so Massey got 150 tickets, and he had sold them all. So
they're all here.
Yeah. So even though it doesn't look like a big crowd,
they're all here. If
that's
all
a capacity.
If all they got was 150, there's 150 of them that came. Tin Cap, one of our fine sponsors. Tin Cap is more than just your locally owned hard cider company. Tin Cap offers handcrafted hard ciders along with local craft beers, cocktails, and pizza. Tin Cap leads the area in entertainment, offering large TVs for big games like these. The largest outdoor patio with covered area and a large stage for live music. Join your friends at Tin Cap where they always serve up smiles by the glassful. See you live. Music, Saturdays, trivia, Thursdays. Tin Cap, located 59 West Sugar Tree Street in beautiful Wilmington, Ohio. Speaking of Wilmington, we have a game on the other side of the network.
Wilmington is winning 31-21 over Western Brown.
And the score coming in from the person in charge, Sidney Phillips, is Wilmington 31, Western Brown 21, Jeff.
Well, Western Brown, if anybody down here in southwestern Ohio has a chance to see Drew Novak play, he's a sophomore at Western Brown. He goes about 6'5", probably about 165 or 170 right now, I would guess. He is a treat to watch. They have trouble keeping other teams off the scoreboard, and as you know from the games we've done, Wilmington has a really nice running attack.
Yes, they do.
That must be what's going on there. But my sources tell me Drew Novak is probably going to be at least a MAC-type player here in a couple years, if not higher.
Yeah, we haven't seen him yet and can't wait to be assigned to a Western Brown game to see him for ourselves. Right now, tonight, we're at New Richmond High School on the campus of New Richmond High School. New Richmond Lions trailing the Clinton-Massie Falcons 28-13. Clinton-Massie ahead at halftime as we're running it down. I'm Tony Mancuso doing the color. Jeff Merklin, high school state champion quarterback, college quarterback, coach, doing the color. I'm doing the play-by-play. It's Jeff on the color. Cameraman Joe Holdren, Dean Thompson in the end zone camera, Sydney Phillips doing the electricity, Rick Phillips at the other locale, the Wilmington Western Brown game. Jeff, before kickoff, tell us about Colette Farms.
Colette Farms Pioneer Seed is a family-owned and operated seed dealership offering Pioneer brand products, seed treatments, and trusted agronomic advice for over 45 years. With the use of local data, technology, and digital tools, we help farmers maximize every acre's potential. Count on us to be there throughout the season working directly with you. Colette Farms Pioneer Seed, farmers just like you.
Well, the team's lining up for the opening kickoff of half number 2. Clinton-Massie going left to right on our vantage point at the top of the New Richmond press box. Beautiful view, gorgeous night. It don't get no better than this. What weather we have, it's perfect. I'm serious. For sports fans tuning in, watching this game as the kickoff goes out of bounds, honestly, I want to ask our 48 million listeners, please somebody tell me what would be better than this on a Friday night.
I don't think I'm going to leave tonight. I think I'm just going to stay
Right.
up here.
If I had a tent, I'd pitch it right here. I'm sure there's some junior varsity or freshman game tomorrow right here that we could watch. And doesn't get any better, folks.
Well, I'd try to bribe Sydney to leave this table here. That's enough tent for me.
Just a beautiful, beautiful atmosphere as we start the third quarter. New Richmond with the ball. Again, we say this a lot, but this is a big drive.
Well, you score, you're right back in it.
Yes, you're in it now, really, I think. But there's Lytle taking the pitch, breaking away across the 40. Good run on first down, Jeff.
You know, one more point about the last, 4 or 5 minutes of the second half and then this play. Again, if it were me, I wouldn't give Luke Lytle a whole lot more chances than he really needs. He's a very good player, and he can score from anywhere on the field, throw or run.
There's a handoff into the line. Looks like, is that Tracy with the handoff? Carey?
I believe so. Short gain.
So now we're 3rd and 4. Lytle in the shotgun on 3rd and 4, takes the snap. Pressured, gets out.
Open.
Completes the pass to number 9.
He's gone. Oh.
Caden Pollard tripped up. Nice looking play on both ends, Jeff. I like the throw, I like the catch.
I don't remember you saying Caden Pollard's name much, so my guess would be if I'm right there, you're going to be saying it a lot more this half.
There's Lytle dancing around and steps his way inside the 35. So good drive so far for New Richmond coming out of the half, trailing 28-13.
That was a nice play there.
Yeah, they're not backing down.
Very quick feet.
Right.
Instead of -4, you get +2.
They're playing very confidently. I like the New Richmond team as much as we like some of the other teams that we've seen. They're spunky, and they move the ball also. They really do.
Yeah, this Southern Buckeye Athletic Academic Conference, I've really been impressed everywhere we've been.
Yes.
And with the way the schools put on a show and their fields.
Yes.
This has been very enjoyable.
There's Tracy. Looks like he's got a first down, Jeff.
I think he's going to be a tad short.
Are they giving it to him?
It looks
Yes,
like they are.
gave it
Chains
to
are
him.
moving.
That is another Lions first down.
So New Richmond moving the ball effectively on their first drive. 27-yard line. There's an inside handoff to Tracy, who breaks away, and he's running into the end zone, Jeff. Big touchdown.
My goodness, what a run. But I'm going to say this. I didn't catch the numbers. New Richmond's a little difficult to see their numbers, but he had 3 linemen completely wipe out their players as he was coming back on a little counter action, and he hit that hole and was gone. He got the second level quick on that one.
So now we're at 28-19, and this might be a time for a 2-pointer.
I'm going for the one. I'm a little more conservative than you.
Yeah, you're always...
Stick in the mud.
Yeah.
Which I'm happy with.
Boo-hoo. Let's go for 2. Even Sydney says go for 2, but the kick is good by Lytle. So we're at 28, Clinton-Massie, 20, New Richmond.
Well, mentally,
what
got
a drive.
One-score game.
What
so
a drive.
That was big.
Tell us about John Roberts Excavating, Jeff.
John Roberts Excavating, located in Wilmington, is a family-owned business since 1998. John Roberts Excavating is specialized and experienced in general excavation, sewer, storm, grading, field line, drainage, land clearing, ponds, demolition, and paving. Whatever you need for your property, John Roberts Excavating is able to serve you. Look up John Roberts Excavating on Facebook or call 937-382-1788. That's 937-382-1788 for a free estimate.
So New Richmond kicking to Clinton-Massie, having scored a touchdown out of the halftime break, cutting the lead to 28-20. And the kick return is brought out to the 25-yard line. Number 20, Carter Frank, on the return is met and dropped. Clinton-Massie takes over ahead 8 with 9:31 to go, third quarter. And it's now a ball game, folks.
Well,
How about this? New Richmond scored the last 2 times. It was 28-7. Now we're at 28-20.
Well, I've missed my guess a lot tonight with Massie, but I think you're going to see it on the ground here.
Well, that's no surprise.
Easy call.
Yeah, pitch to Carter Frank. Makes his way across the 30.
Carter Frank.
Tell you what, this game has changed. It was a steamroll at 28-7. It looked like it was going to get worse. But the fake punt, the momentum has changed since then, Jeff.
Again, this is an amazing game. So much movement, so much hitting, the ball going here and there, but it's just like any other sport or anything else you do in life. You have to do it correctly and avoid the mistakes, and that's what's kept New Richmond in the game tonight.
Yes. Basketball may be a little bit more a game of runs, but football is the second one, especially when there's changes in momentum. And there goes the fullback, Trampler, barreling ahead for another Massie first down.
You had Lane Schultz, number 52 for Massie that time, throw a great block. Really nicely done. Lane's a junior.
But you think about this game, 28-7, 4th and 1. If you punt it out of there, you're going to halftime at 28-7. If you run a traditional play, maybe you're scoring and taking it to 35-7. Instead, you're stopped on the fake punt. New Richmond scores, gets a stop at the end of the first half, gets the ball back beginning third quarter and scores themselves. So now you took what was a blowout, and now we're in a humdinger, as Keith Jackson would say. people are like, what's Humdinger and what's Keith Jackson?
Well, it's an enjoyable game, that's for sure. Yep, very nicely done.
Yeah, great defense.
That was number 4.
The ball carrier was
Number 6, ball carrier for
Carson Van Hoos,
And on the hit was Seth Mattingly.
yes,
Oh, he's a sure tackler. He's the one that I think stopped the touchdown.
right.
In the
You
first
talked
half.
about we talked about this about 50 times during the Bengals Browns game about the defensive end staying at home and not getting faked out of his shoes, and Baker Mayfield did that all night to the Bengals ends, but that play, New Richmond held their ground. And a 3rd and 6 run call, and I don't believe Massey has the first down.
Well, I do think you're going to see him go for it.
I do too.
You know, the thing about this offense, Tony, when they're in the wishbone, is not only obviously it's a running formation, but their backs are so tight together. I mean, when they're in that situation, it's just meat grinding meat.
So
power
here's
and
a
power.
huge 4th and 2. And Massey's lining up like they're going to go for it, and they are on 4th and 2 with 7 minutes to go. There's a handoff into the line, and of course the fullback Trampler gets the ball, and what a perfect name for a fullback in the Clinton-Massie offense.
He's a linebacker as well.
Trampler, because that's what he's doing. Yeah, even Sydney's laughing at that. Look, I got her laughing at how about that line?
Good
Trampler
call.
was made to be the full. He was born to be the Clinton-Massie fullback. And there goes number 6, Van Hoos, who was tackled 4 times on the line, but spins away, busts out of there, and runs it in for a Clinton-Massie touchdown. How about that play, Jeff? You talk about a kid that didn't give up.
I think he had a spin out of about 2 or 3 tackles.
He was tackled
there.
4 times and got out of there.
Quick feet, and what you have there is extremely strong legs.
What a great run by Carson Van Hoos, the junior running back. So Clinton-Massie answers the drive, extends the lead. The point after is good. So it's Clinton-Massie 35, New Richmond 20. Big 4th down conversion, Jeff.
Huge play.
You stop that, it's a different game. You pick it up, and it's a different game, and that's what's happened.
That drive was, we are better than you, and we're going to line up and show you. That was a 1960s football drive.
Sam's Meats football fans, stop by Sam's Meats located in Wilmington, Ohio, 1209 West Locust Street. To support a locally owned and operated business, Sam's Meats has fresh chicken, pork, and beef along with deli cheese and lunch meats. Their meats are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping to save you both time and money. The dining room is open for you to enjoy homemade hot bar meals and their made-to-order grill menu. Sam Meats also caters party trays, variety of homemade desserts, open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Go check out Sam's Meats. So New Richmond takes over.
Kick out of bounds.
How many
Tony.
kicks out of bounds? We've had 3 or 4 tonight. Yeah, 3. Like I say, where is Shane Graham, Mike Nugent, Randy Bullock, Sandro Vitiello, Ian Sunter?
I think
Jim Breach didn't do it, but
we should get some kind of medal
Horst Muhlman,
for being Bengal fans.
Chris Barr.
For, 52 years now?
What was that one kid that showed up and couldn't even kick an extra point there? Clint Sulzer, remember him?
Yeah. Sandro Vitiello kicked it like a spinning top, as I recall.
We've had some laughs. and some tears.
And
too.
a lot of tears.
We had a tear 2 weeks ago for the kicker. Allegedly injured on the missed 31-yard field goal, which in today's era, Jeff, I want to remind you, is shorter than a point-after attempt.
Yeah, don't get me started on that
Yeah,
one.
no good. Hamstring limp, but he was fine by the next day's practice. Never ends. And it never will. You know when it'll end, Jeff? When we quit watching them.
Or we croak.
I got too much money invested in their clothing and memorabilia and license plates and keychains and mugs and everything else, so I'm stuck. There's a long pass by Lytle, and
Got
it is
it.
complete.
Pass is complete. Number 9.
Down the field to
First down, Lions.
Caden Pollard.
Beautiful throw.
Yes, and
Again,
Richmond's answering.
We saw that this attack last week go down the field. And
Sydney's over here laughing at everything we're saying, Jeff. We should get a vaudeville act.
I can't dance.
I always say you want somebody who you know laughing in the first row, so
That's a good point.
why not?
Massie, number 34, Clinton-Massie.
2nd and 6 for New Richmond, and they're moving quickly. That play's stacked up. I don't think New Richmond minds that, Jeff, because they can throw.
I was just getting ready to say,
Yes.
I've not been very good at thinking about or predicting what's coming, and they've kept it on the ground. They're probably trying to keep them in the game and within reach until late fourth quarter. I think that's a great strategy.
Lytle back to pass, and it is complete. And what another good-looking throw and good-looking catch. Is that the freshman Brock Linder?
Number 5,
Yes,
Isaiah Bowman.
Isaiah Bowman.
That is another Lions first down.
We have a different number 5 on ours, but they've got Isaiah Bowman as number 5. There's Lytle with the keeper and takes it down to about the 10.
Really a nice block that time on the New Richmond interior line by 77. That's Matt Isbell, a senior.
You got to give New Richmond credit. There's no question. Hey, they're undefeated too. They're on the home field. They're 4-0. They're not going home.
It's a great, gritty performance.
Yes, it sure is. Facing some adversity. There's
at that.
Chad Tracy barrels ahead for the touchdown, and we got us a ball game, Jeff.
Now, Coach Burke did a tremendous job preparing his kids for this game.
Yes,
Tremendous.
he has. So Chad Tracy with the touchdown run. Cuts the lead to 35-26. And there's Lytle, the fantasy football draftee who does everything for this team, is lining up for the extra point. Had one blocked earlier. This snap is down good, and the kick is perfect. So now New Richmond cuts the lead back to one score, Jeff, 35-27. What a fun football game.
Such an unusual game. Typically, if one team is dominating on the line on offense, they'll dominate on defense as well, because a lot of the kids go two ways. But here you've got New Richmond's offensive line running the ball against Massie much more than I thought they would. At the same time, Massie has 5 touchdowns. And my guess would be about 350, 360 yards so far on the ground. So the offensive technique of the linemen for both schools is very impressive.
Tell us about 10 Cap, Jeffrey.
10 Cap. 10 Cap is more than just your locally owned hard cider company. 10 Cap offers handcrafted hard ciders along with local craft beers, cocktails, and pizza. 10 Cap leads the area in entertainment, offering large televisions for big games like this one, the largest outdoor patio with a covered area in Clinton County, and a large stage for live music. Join your friends at 10 Cap, where they always serve up smiles by the glassful. See you for live music Saturdays and trivia Thursdays. 10 Cap's located at 59 West Sugar Tree Street in Wilmington.
So 3:35 to go. Massie takes the kickoff, and here we go again. Running down the far sideline is number 11, Blake Ireland. A long kick return for Massie. What's interesting about this game, Jeff, one team shoots, the other shoots back. It's fun.
Yeah, 28-7. I think I was like you, a little worried it might get out of hand.
No.
What guts.
And New Richmond takes the ball down the field, and of course Massie gets a long kick return right out of the chute. So they start in great field position. And a handoff inside.
I think you're going to have a hold, Tony.
Is going to be called back, I think.
Ball carrier, number 6.
Carson Van Hoos.
Drive down by number 78.
But we're going to have a hold on Clinton-Massie.
Holding.
3:14 to go, third quarter, Jeff.
10-yard penalty from
CampusNation.com, the YouTube channel of Campus Nation, 106.9 WZAA, the sister radio station out of Jeffersonville. I'm Tony Mancuso, play-by-play, Jeff Merklin color, Joe Holdren standing on about the 49-yard line with the camera.
See if you see the sweep on this, Tony.
And Dean Thompson in the end zone camera. What a call by Tony Merklin, Jeff Romo, because there was a sweep. How do you do that? How do you and Romo do that?
Try to put my mind in the mind of the coach, and if they're not going to pass and it's 1st and 20, you're going to try to, most of the times, reach the edge and try to gain a chunk back.
And they're going to gain a lot back because we're going to tack on a face mask at the end of that. So the penalties kind of negated themselves as we're going to start about where we were to start the drive to begin with. So erase all that, and let's start over. Massie now at the 38-yard line of New Richmond.
Wonder if you're going to get the fullback trap here.
Yes.
Yes.
Of course. And this time it's number 21, Dalen Maple. We've called his name a couple times.
Ball carrier on the play, number 21.
Yeah, he's got some yards tonight.
Yeah, that was not a surprise, given the situation down in distance. I'm saying it's coming again. Watch.
Their pulling guards are absolutely perfect
They
on
are.
their technique.
They are. 35-27, 2:20 to
It's
go.
going to be a power play to the left.
Third quarter. And he's right again. Now, folks, listen. We're going to tell you something. We're not on any delay. He's calling these things exactly as before they're unfolding. So now he's like 4 for 4 this game and about 10 for 10 this season. Carter Frank on the carry. And folks, we're not on a delay. It's not like we're watching a monitor and then pretending like
everybody else in the world.
We called the play right.
Sweep. Nope, trap. Missed that one. I love that play.
So into the line goes Dalen Maple, again the fullback. And Massie is answering the last drive of New Richmond. And what's fun about this game, it's like Ali Frazier. And again, maybe we're dating ourselves, but hey, I'm not 25 years old. Or 26 like Sydney.
I'm not necessarily
27 like Sydney.
I'm not necessarily proud of my age, but
we're closer to the 6 than we are the 20s. But the point is, it's Ali Frazier in our era.
Oh my goodness. What a run.
Today's era would be what? Tyson Fury and what's the other opponent?
Heavyweight boxing is 0. in this day and
I have
age.
to
I'm
text
sorry.
my son.
Not near.
Tyson Fury versus, what's his name?
I don't know.
I forget.
Mike Tyson is supposed to be coming back
Right,
at age 55 or
versus
whatever.
Roy Jones Jr.
I mean, I guess if they can get their 20 million, why not? But it's ridiculous.
So here's first and goal for Clinton-Massie. And a handoff to number 6, Carson Van Hoos for the touchdown for Clinton-Massie. You could hear the fans sigh on that one, thinking we needed a stop and they didn't get it. So it's 41 Clinton-Massie, 27 New Richmond with 22 seconds left in the third.
Another vintage Massey
Yes,
drive.
they answered the points, and it's just so impressive to see these two teams answer each other. Trevor McGinnis for the point after is good. So Clinton-Massie extends their lead back to 2 scores, leading New Richmond 42-27 with 22 seconds left in the quarter. Collette Farms Pioneer Seed is a family-owned and operated seed dealership offering Pioneer brand products, seed treatments, and trusted agronomic, which is my favorite word, advice for over 45 years. With the use of local data, technology, and digital tools, Collette Farms helps farmers maximize every acre's potential. Count on us to be there throughout the season, working directly with you. Collette Farms, Pioneer Seed. Farmers just like you. Well, now what, Jeff? New Richmond's turn.
Gotta answer, I'm sorry.
It's their turn.
Finally got one inbounds.
I don't see Ian Sunter out there. See, the audience is like, who in the
Who are
world
these
is
guys?
Ian Sunter?
Is that the guy playing James Bond now?
I'll tell you, folks, if you remember Ian Sunter and you're still a football fan of the Cincinnati Bengals, then my goodness, I want to meet and shake your hand. Because if you lived through him and you're still a fan, then you're my friend, trust me.
Well,
Because I see 2 of us sitting here that did.
I lived through Dave Shula, so I hope I'm your friend for that.
Well,
Friend for life.
We lived through worse than that, maybe. Homer Rice.
Bad.
Maybe not worse. The same. How's that?
Now, when it gets to 0, it doesn't get any lower than that,
Right.
I guess.
0 versus 0.
Well, looks like New Richmond's going to take it to the sidelines at the end of the third quarter.
So the third quarter clock runs out. It's Clinton-Massie Falcons 42, the New Richmond Lions 27. And again, we got a New Richmond drive to try to answer. Jeff, tell us about John Roberts Excavating.
John Roberts Excavating is located in Wilmington, and it is a family-owned business since 1998. They're specialized and experienced in general excavation, sewer, storm, grading, field tile, drainage, land clearing, ponds, demolition, and paving. All of those, by the way, are extremely important things when you are living in the country.
Come to my house, folks.
John Roberts Excavating is on Facebook or call at 937-382-1788. 937-382-1788 for a free estimate.
Okay, that ad says this John Roberts Excavating started in 1998. Jeffrey, if I say the 1998 Ohio State football Buckeyes, what comes to your mind?
A loss to Michigan.
Excuse me, not quite. You left out a word. State. Michigan State 98.
That's right. I was there. Oh, it
I
was
wasn't. I
horrifying.
was in my living room, but that might have been. And here's Lido on the keeper. Still on his feet and still going. If he gets a block, he's gone, and he's knocked down at the 38-yard line. What a nice run.
What a dynamite quarterback.
He is fun to watch.
I mean, I could watch him every week.
Yes, he's fun to watch. To finish that point, you guys thought the 2019 Buckeyes were juggernauts. Rewind 1998's Ohio State film. That might have been the best team. Oh, there's an incomplete pass dropped. That might have been the best Ohio State team that in our lifetime, maybe.
Talent-wise.
Yes, on paper. Number one in the country from the first poll onward until you got to week 11 at home against Michigan State, leading at halftime, dominating the game.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a break. That's
we
worth
know how
talking
that
about.
ended. Oh, gosh. Lytle on the keeper, gets inside the 35 to finish that point. Two names that are in my mind, that are ringing in my ears as an Ohio State fan and alumnus. One is Plaxico Burress of Michigan State. The other is Robert Smith.
Defensive end.
You had the same names in your mind. There's Tracy still on his feet. Down
Tell
to
you what, these kids tonight.
Yes, they're playing hard. They
leaving
sure
it
are.
on the field. Thank goodness we have football. I'm not a scientist and I'm not a politician
or a doctor.
But it just seems to me a shame that we had to come up to the last minute to get this going.
On the play, number 7, Ted Tracy.
But we got it going.
Thankfully.
Thank you. I don't know who did it, but we'll just thank everyone who did it.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
It doesn't get no better than this.
Look at that.
Yeah, that kid Tracy tonight wants this.
You know, good players play their best in big games,
And
and
he
I
has.
think we can say that about everybody out there
Yes,
tonight.
they have. 10:45 left, fourth quarter. Huge drive for New Richmond. Lytle down the field. What a perfectly thrown ball. What a perfect throw. The fans wanted an interference.
We have a flag anyway back up the field.
Yeah, is there going to be a roughing? Yes.
Holding.
No holding.
That's unfortunate.
I'll tell you, that ball there could not have been thrown any better. What a beautiful pass by Luke Lytle.
Yeah, outside and
perfect.
And if you're going to miss those, you want to miss them long.
Yeah, but he didn't really miss it by much.
Not much.
A fingernail. But it wouldn't have counted anyway, but it would have been nice to see at least.
Holding against the offense.
So New Richmond goes back 10 yards.
We'll repeat. Second down.
Second down. Now 20 to go. It's a quick out pass. Lytle to number 3, Tyler Sininger.
Again, the simulating basically the run game with the short pass. If you've got people that can catch the ball.
This is 4 down territory, I'm believing, Jeff.
I agree.
Whistles down. Stop and
Timeout,
play.
Massie.
Timeout.
So timeout, Clinton-Massie at the 10:27 mark. Tell us about our friends at Sam's Meats, Jeff.
Football fans, stop by Sam's Meats located in Wilmington, Ohio at 1209 West Locust Street to support a locally owned and operated business. Sam's Meats has fresh chicken, pork, and beef along with deli cheese and lunch meats. Their meat deals are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping to save you both time and money. The dining room is open for you to enjoy homemade hot bar meals and their made-to-order grill menu. Sam's Meats also offers catering, party trays, and a variety of homemade desserts. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Check out Sam's Meats.
Interesting. New Richmond is lined up, ready to go, and it's the defense that's slower coming to the field by Clinton-Massie's sideline. The officials, of course, wait for them to get set. There's a high snap that Lytle. Oh, what a play. Now, I'll tell you what, that was major league. Think about it. The snap over Lytle's head, he juggles it, gains control, and completes a beautiful ball to number 3, Tyler Singer.
Well, if they can score here, that may be the biggest play of the game to keep them in.
Was. You talk about giving these kids kudos. That was a beautiful play.
You're going to have a hold anyway here.
Yeah, Lytle rushed out of the pocket and throws incomplete, but I do think you're right, Jeff. The fans don't like it. And they're screaming that classic line, you got to call it both ways.
Oh, as a basketball coach,
right.
I just...
Now, if I heard...
It makes me age to hear that.
Let me say this. If I had $1 for every time I've heard fans say you got to call it both ways, we'd all be eating...
Well, I'd still be here because then I could do it without worrying about work.
Right. We'd be eating steak forever, every night.
I guess that works for football as well as basketball.
Yeah, it is a basketball phrase, let's face it.
Right.
That is not a football phrase.
Well, at least I don't have to hear 3
However,
seconds
right.
in a football game. That's the one that you hear somebody bellow out every time.
Call it both ways, folks, is something you would hear in a basketball game. But I understand the frustration of the New Richmond fans.
Another flag.
Ball carrier number 6, Carson Van Hoos.
I'm surprised we're not hearing. He's standing in the lane. Move him out.
Well, we did hear some on the interference or lack thereof call, so that's a
He's
football
over the
call.
back.
Over the back.
He didn't have possession. No, we are at football. Do we do basketball, Sydney? Oh, good. I can't wait for that. That'll be fun. So Clinton-Massie takes over.
There's the counter out of the wing tee. Snuffed out pretty well there by New Richmond.
New Richmond needed to score on that drive, Jeff.
Now, if they can hold here.
Got to have a quick hold, 3 and out.
3 and out.
Yes, got a chance at 3 and out. If Massie takes this down the field to get up 3 scores, even though we're at the top of the roof, I think Dandy Don can make his way up here, Jeff. He knows the way.
Well, that ladder's pretty steep. I almost didn't make it.
Yes, it is. Me too. There's a beautifully thrown ball, but more flags. So now we're in a flag festival now. Like 5 out of the last 6 plays have had penalty markers down.
Probably a sign of the kids getting a little tired because they're holding.
Yeah.
Holding against the offense.
And it still basically is pretty early in the season, and kids still getting their techniques down, tired in the fourth quarter, grabbing. Not unusual.
We're at 8:54 left here at New Richmond High School. The Lions of New Richmond trailing the visiting Falcons of Clinton-Massie. Clinton-Massie 42, New Richmond 27 with 8:50 to go and counting in the ball game. There's a fullback handoff again, and breaking away is number 21. The other fullback, Dalen Maple.
Number 21, Dalen Maple.
They've got a couple of these fullback kids, Jeff, that seems like neither one misses a beat. The Trampler and
different style runners
Mr.
too.
Maple.
So 3rd and 4, huge play for New Richmond.
And of course,
He's gone.
Might be gone. What a run down the sidelines. That's Carson Van Hoos, still on his feet, down to the 15. Look at what we had, Jeff. We had a first and forever.
22.
And Clinton-Massie dug their way out of it, and here they are marching down again.
Actually, it was a 2nd and 22.
Yeah, 2nd down and 20 and forever. But some big runs. Another one by Carson Van Hoos. Takes it all the way down to the 16-yard line. Make it the 15. 1st and 10 from there for Clinton-Massie. Milking the clock with a 42-27 lead. There's the fullback, Maple, again up the middle, inside the 5 to about the 3.
Tony, I got to tell you, I love this fullback trap. It was a staple of our offense at West Jefferson in the 70s and late 80s. Coach McSorley went to West Jefferson as well. He was about 2-3 years behind me.
That's where he learned it.
I would guess that the technique for the fullback trap that's where he picked it up. But I don't remember us ever running it this well, at least not my team. So
well, I think
we ran it well.
Now, wait
we
a
ran
minute.
it very well.
Hold on a second. I'm going to take issue with that. Any team that wins the state title like you did, don't be telling the audience that you didn't run it well. Because
I didn't say we didn't run it well. Not as well as Clinton-Massie, because that's about as well as you can run the play.
Well, I think a state champ is about as well as you can too, no?
Well, we had a great fullback, and we had 150, 160-pound guards in those days.
Yeah.
But one of the things that happened is if you teach good technique, the angles of the trap play, it doesn't matter how big you are. And so when it's executed correctly, it really is a good play. And in fact, I believe Western Kentucky, I was told one year in my high school career, took film of our fullback trap and showed it to their team as to how to run it. So
wow.
That was kind of neat.
Yeah, that is neat. College kids learning from high school. Love it. Big 2nd down and goal play here. There's a handoff into the line.
And
okay? I do
went
think
down very strangely.
Yes, I'll tell you what, folks. That was Carter Frank, and you can tell that
that doesn't look good.
No, you could tell running into the line, Jeff, that he had some kind of a knee go out on him.
He looked like a collapse, didn't it?
Yes, yeah. How unfortunate, because he's had one whale of a game too. Carter Frank, as a silence comes across the New Richmond field, and right, he wasn't hit. He just lost his knee on the way into the line, and down he went.
And he just kind of collapsed forward, and
let's hope it's not serious. And they are getting him up.
Oh, good.
Well, I don't know about good.
Well,
he is limping out. I hope he's not hurt seriously.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, he's 3rd in the SBAAC in rushing coming into this game with 488 yards and 12 touchdowns, 97 receiving yards and another touchdown. So he's the running back that gives him 2 looks coming out of the backfield. Very important player. And also he leads the team with 3 interceptions from his defensive back position.
(42-27). Clinton-Massie leading New Richmond. 6:17 to go in the ball game. Both teams 4-0. Somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to lose, Jeff. But both of these teams have played well. Very impressive.
Yeah, I don't think either of these teams will opt out of the playoffs, Tony.
Thank you, and I said that before.
I think they'll be in it for quite a few weeks.
If these guys opt out, then I'm opting out with them. No way. Both are great. Love them both. 3rd and goal here for Massie. And I think he stopped short, Jeff.
Just a bit short.
Yeah, but they're going here, no doubt.
And again, you had two blockers at the point of the attack. You had the slow motion from right to left, and at the snap of the ball, then the person in motion and the fullback led through the hole. Really effective.
It's going to be 4th and inside the 1, 4th and goal. Clock's running. That's the enemy of New Richmond right now, the clock. The best friend of Clinton-Massie, because you're leading by 2 scores, ready to get another one perhaps. 5:30 to go and counting. Big play of the game. This might be it both ways.
He's in.
And there goes Van Hoos for the touchdown for Clinton-Massie. They extend their lead to 48-27. And I can hear our friend number 17 for the Dallas Cowboys, the old Monday Night Football crew with Howard Cosell, Frank Gifford, and the great dandy Don Meredith singing, "Turn out the lights, the pot is over." Sydney laughed at that too, Jeff. That's another. We need to get on the road with this act, right?
You can have that part of the act.
And he sang it about as good as what I just did. Turn out the lights, the party's over. See, people are like, what in the heck are these guys talking about? Hey, I'll give you a modern thing. Last week for the anniversary of the Monday Night Football, if you notice, the ABC crew of Brian Greasy, Steve Levy, and Louis Riddick wore the yellow jerseys, or not jerseys, yellow
jackets,
blazers, not jerseys, and they look like Howard,
that's right,
Dandy Don, and Frank. We didn't hear any singing.
Trivia, do you remember the 2 teams on the first Monday
Oh,
Night
come
Football?
on. Well, do we need to go to Tin Cap and win a trophy, or are you really going to ask me something that easy?
That's mostly for the fans.
Oh, all right. The correct answer is, as New Richmond's kick is across the 35. And folks, we're not using Wikipedia or Google. The correct answer is Cleveland Browns and Bill Nelson against Broadway Joe Namath and the New York Jets. Who won, Jeff?
The Browns, and the big play was an interception return by, I think it was John Darlington.
Okay,
And
that I don't remember who it was, but I remember the play.
remember, it was, I believe the final was 30-20. If I'm close anyway. On
Yeah,
that.
and the Browns beating the Jets that night at Old Municipal Stadium. We saw many games there too. There's light on the keeper across the 40. 5 minutes to go. Clinton-Massie comfortably ahead now, 49-27. Let's see if New Richmond can take one down there to shorten the lead. Might be too late for the win, but there's Lytle winding up and another beautiful throw.
What a catch.
And what a catch. No, incomplete. I thought he had it. He's saying he had it. That's Caden Pollard on the other end of that. Just a gorgeous throw by Lytle.
You know, he went up for that and snagged it with his left hand at his left hip, but I think it came out a little bit when he hit the ground.
Yes, but what a beautiful throw. So now it's 3rd and 5 for New Richmond. Lytle, a handoff to Tracy, who's had a fantastic game. Breaks through the line, rambles across
Flag.
into Massey territory, but there is a yellow flag on the field.
Holding.
So the New Richmond first down is going to be called back. I'll tell you, Chad Tracy, the senior, has had one heck of a game from the running back position.
You know, he came into that game last week at Wilmington, we did, averaging only 2.9 yards per carry. He has really amped that up in the last 2 weeks. Really playing well.
Great game tonight. There's Lytle, pressured and brought down. So now it's a 4th down. I'll tell you, I'd go to war with Luke Lytle. Wouldn't you? Yes.
Yes, no question.
I like his game a lot.
One of the tackler in that play, also Charlie Hale, number 87 for Clinton-Massie. He's a junior. He's also been a factor, heavy factor out there tonight for Clinton-Massie's defense.
Could be the last chance for, and it looks like it's complete. How about that?
You know, they've had a different style of passing tonight. It's maybe a little difficult to tell, but remember last week there were a lot of RPOs.
Yes, Lytle to Bowman picks up that 1st down.
Today we've gotten...
There's a long throw down the field again. The ball's
Got
juggled and caught, and he's going for a touchdown. So that was a All-Pro Honolulu, Hawaii
55 yards
by Caden Pollard. Basically tipped the ball to himself for the long 45-yard touchdown pass. 55 yards.
And he kept his feet in bounds too, although his momentum was going that way as he had to reach out to his right toward the sidelines for the ball.
Tipped the ball to himself, kept it alive, and went the distance. What a great play. And another great throw by Luke Lytle.
You know, I wish we had statistics.
Me too.
I should have maybe tried to keep some as we were going here tonight. These teams and the kids have put up a tremendous amount of offense. Great efforts.
Tell us about Tin Cap, Jeff.
Tin Cap is more than just your locally owned hard cider company. Tin Cap offers handcrafted hard ciders along with local craft beers, cocktails, and pizza. Tin Cap leads the area in entertainment, offering large TVs for big games like this, the largest outdoor patio in Clinton County with a covered area, and a large stage for live music. Join your friends at Tin Cap, where they always serve up smiles by the glassful. See you for live music Saturdays and trivia Thursdays at Tin Cap. It's located at 59 West Sugar Tree Street in Wilmington.
Colette Farms Pioneer Seed is a family-owned and operated seed dealership offering Pioneer brand products, seed treatments, and trusted agronomic advice for over 45 years. With the use of local data, technology, and digital tools, we help farmers maximize every acre's potential. Count on us to be there throughout this season, working directly with you. Colette Farms, Pioneer Seed, farmers just like you. So 49-34 to reset this with 3:27 to go. And like we expected, the onside
it's a good
kick,
one.
And it's going to be batted around. And did New Richmond get it?
No. They had a great chance for it.
What a perfectly executed kick. I'll tell you.
Was that Lytle again?
Yes.
Oh,
Is that
gosh.
what else can that kid do? Is he class president? Is he valedictorian? Is he like the homecoming king?
I
What
bet
the
he's
heck?
a beast in basketball.
I mean, my goodness, what a perfectly executed onside kick. It seemed like New Richmond had a chance to get it, but Clinton-Massie recovered it.
Yeah, they did. It bounced.
What a perfectly executed kick.
Angled towards the sidelines, farther than where Massie had their farthest person out, and there had to be two New Richmond players out there, but it took a funny bounce right at the end.
So here's Van Hoos with run out the clock time for Massie. Coming on 3 minutes, 3:10 to go in the ball game. Clinton-Massie 49, New Richmond 34. I see fireworks, Jeff. Check that out.
Yeah, it's been going on about a half hour.
Where have I been? I like them.
It looks like it's over the river.
Yeah. Is that Kentucky on the other side? You're saying yes? I honestly have never been down in these parts, but it's beautiful. Ball's on the ground.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Does New Richmond have it? Maybe Dandy
Still a
Don
game.
sang too early. We got to put him back in the closet because he came out a little too soon. Get back in there, Dan,
Well,
because you came out too soon.
Does this mean we have to hear him a second time?
No. He only sings once.
He only sings once, okay.
But he sang too soon because a fumble as Clinton-Massie trying to run out the clock, and they coughed the ball up, and it looks like New Richmond did recover. Now, there's flags on the field. Now, we've got a huddle by the officiating crew. We're not sure of the call, but I think the fumble is going to stand, but maybe not. Let's see. They're moving it back against New Richmond.
Well, he gave the signal down around his waist.
Yes.
I think it was roughing.
Against Richmond.
Did he say holding?
No, personal foul of some sort. So it must have been a post-possession type of penalty. New Richmond recovered the fumble, but then there's a scrum a personal foul against New Richmond. Now they got life, 2:34 to go, down 15. You got to score quick if you're the Lions. Snap back to Lytle.
Open. Oh, he
just
stopped on his route.
missed him.
Miscommunication there.
He was open. I'll tell you what, folks, as great as Clinton-Massie is offensively, they got to shore up this defense if they want to be in the state title hunt. They give up too many open looks. That one was a touchdown, but it's just overthrown. And Lytle winds up and guns down the other side.
Nice.
That ball is tipped away. Great play by number 2. Cody Zantini, the quarterback, doubling as a defensive back. Great play by Cody. Cody's had a great game, too, at the QB position.
And he made an interception earlier in this game.
Yes, he did. He's had a great game. The only difference is they don't throw. But he's had a great game. What a catch. What a throw and catch. Luke Lytle to Tyler Sininger. Tell you, New Richmond has got weapons too, Jeff.
Well, they've got, in addition to weapons, they've got 3 timeouts. So if they can score here, we still got a game one way or the other.
And Lytle guns it down the field, and it is caught inside the 5-yard line. Who's that down there? I think it's number 5, Isaiah Bowman, on the other side, and they are threatening to go in again. What a ball game. I tell you, Luke Lytle's.
He's going to take this one in.
Oh, there's a tip. Same thing as
Bad
earlier. A bad snap over his head that he tipped it to himself. But they got to go quick. They're still in the game, Jeff. 1:50 to go. 2nd and goal. Can't take forever to score here, though.
Yeah, you got to punch it in
This play.
on this play, I think.
Lytle back to pass.
Oh!
He had his man. That's Bowman again, I think.
Just a little out in front of him.
But again, a beautifully executed play.
You know, they're running that. It's not a pick play, but the inside guy goes to the outside and kind of screens the outside defensive back.
Big
Same
third
thing
down.
here,
And they did
touchdown.
They did it the other side. I'll tell you, what a game Caden Pollard has had, too, as a receiver.
You know, I'm surprised that Clinton-Massie, a couple times they've done it, they've had Zantini shade the side of the field that he's on, but they really don't do it every time.
Now, if you have any chance, you got to kick this extra point. It's got to be good because it's a 9-point game with 1:34 to go. The extra point attempt is huge here because it would make it a 1-score game.
With a good snap, Luke won't miss it.
49-40. The snap is perfect, and Luke's kick is perfect. I'll tell you, this has been one whale of a football game. And we had Dandy Don, our Monday night singer, come out a hair too early, Jeff. We had to push him away. How'd he get up here that soon?
Well, I know putting him back, he probably fell down those steps going down. So
Now
I don't think we're going to hear from him
Let's
again.
reset, because this is a tremendous finish here at New Richmond. It's Clinton-Massie holding on to a 49-41 lead with 1:34 to go. And I know the whole world is lining up for an onside kick here.
It's difference between high school and, say, the Bengals. You might kick it deep if you
No,
were the Bengals and had
no,
3
no,
timeouts
no.
left.
You got 3 timeouts left. This is onside kick.
Well, yes, here, certainly.
Yeah, here we go. And there's the kick that's
Well caught.
recovered
Nicely
beautifully by Clinton-Massie. Looks like number 5, Caden Clutter.
On the kickoff, see the number 5.
Beautiful job by the Clinton-Massie hands team.
Well, 1 first down and it's over.
And that's the
but
thing about Clinton-Massie tonight. They've been clutch when you're asking to be clutch, they have been clutch. They've answered every time, and New Richmond has punched back the entire game, but every time Clinton-Massie has withstood. So here we go with 1:32 to go, leading by 8. We're going to have a timeout festival here. And of course, on first down, New Richmond makes the play. Timeout, New Richmond.
that's 23, Tony. I think that's Logan Cox.
So we're timeout, New Richmond, 2 timeouts left.
All right, that's a situation where our roster is incorrect again. 23, the PA announcer said, was Mark Smith. What he knifed through the center guard gap, made a beautiful play.
So we're at 49-41 here. Clinton-Massie holding on to an 8-point lead. 1:27 to go. John Roberts Excavating is located in Wilmington. It's a family-owned business since 1998, the year of Ohio State losing to Michigan State and losing the #1 ranking. They are specialized and experienced in general excavation, sewer, storm grading, field tile drainage, land clearing, ponds demolition, and paving. Look up John Robert Excavating on Facebook or call 937-382-1788 for a free estimate. 2nd and 12.
Only took 7 seconds, Tony.
And Clinton-Massie, 100%. If this is a pass, I'm going to jump off this building. All right?
Power play to the right.
Yeah, it's no pass here. Of course it isn't. Pitch to Carson Van Hoos. And Carson Van Hoos runs big first down. A pitch play to the right like Mr. Romo called. And maybe that might have iced it. Carter Van Hoos, a great run, open field run. Way down inside New Richmond's territory, but really the yardage doesn't matter much now. 1:19 to go.
He's got to be close to 200.
Oh, he's had a tremendous game. These running backs have just had a tremendous game on both sides.
Massey's got to be 450 on the ground, I'd say, at least.
So here's Zantini with the handoff into the line. Clinton-Massie protecting the ball, and New Richmond uses one of their 2 remaining timeouts. So they have 1 timeout to go with 1:15 left.
Yeah, the problem here is since they only have 1 timeout, assuming Clinton-Massie keeps the ball on the field and doesn't run out of bounds, probably the earliest that they'd get the ball back is about 25, 28 seconds.
Sam's Meats, located in Wilmington, Ohio at 1209 West Locust Street. Support a locally owned and operated business. Sam Meats has fresh chicken, pork, beef, along with deli, cheese, and lunch meats. Their meat deals are a great way to buy meat in bulk, helping to save you both time and money. The dining room is open for you to enjoy homemade hot bar meals and their made-to-order grill menu. Sam Meats offering catering, party trays, homemade desserts, Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. and 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays. Go check them out. Sam's Meats. There's Santini, a handoff into the line. And is it Van Hoos again, Jeff?
Yes.
What a game he's had. So Clinton-Massie with a first down. Richmond does call their last timeout, but I think now it's over.
Barring a snap from center, it's over.
Barring a freak 1987 Sam Bill Johnson play. See, our audience is still saying, what are these guys talking about? 1987.
Well, if there's any old Bengal fans out there, they know what we're talking about.
I'll tell you what, you think you're my friend if you remember Ian Sunter's kickoffs. If you remember Bill Johnson against San Francisco, week 2, 1987, against the 49ers, by the way, which is a team you played a year later in the Super Bowl.
You mean Sam White, Tony?
Yeah, now we didn't know, well, Bill Johnson, the running back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
We didn't know it that day that we'd play them a year later in the Super Bowl. But Sam White's fourth down, a punting situation. Somehow, no punter. Runs the ball. We're stopped. Bill Johnson tackled.
Just enough time for one
play. Montana to Jerry Rice.
Touchdown.
In front of rookie Eric Thomas.
Oh, that's awful.
And here, remember this, what poured salt in the wound. Sam White is running out to midfield to shake Bill Walsh's hand. And there was an extra point left to kick to win the game. And he ran out and shook his hand before the extra point. That's how flummoxed he was.
Had no idea what was going on.
We're watching it going, Sam, it's the game's tied. Get back on your side of the field. You already made a mistake.
Terrible.
Now you're making it worse. 40 seconds and counting here at New Richmond.
Well, while we're waiting for the last play to be run, Tony, Tin Cap is more than just your locally owned hard cider company. Tin Cap offers handcrafted hard ciders along with local craft beers, cocktails, and pizza. Tin Cap leads the area in entertainment, offering large televisions for big games like this. Join your friends at Tin Cap. See you for live music Saturdays and trivia Thursdays. Tin Cap in Wilmington, Ohio. And that's 59 West Sugar Tree Street.
Well, we're counting down 6 seconds, 5. Both teams have kind of given up, knowing that the clock is going to run out, which it just did. Clinton-Massie, the Falcons of Clinton-Massie go to 5-0 with a 49-41 win over a pesky New Richmond Lions team who drops to 4-1, but nothing to be embarrassed about for New Richmond. Clinton-Massie's very good, but so is New Richmond. Jeff, some thoughts. What's your thoughts here as we close it up?
Well, I've been told that by some people that this Massey team is certainly in the top 2 or 3 that they've had, and you know their main running backs are juniors, the quarterback, and then Van Hoos, and the other running back, juniors. Their offense has no problem. That's a state championship caliber offense, but like you mentioned appropriately a minute or two ago, they do need to shore up their pass defense if they're going to make a run in the playoffs. As far as New Richmond goes, they're a Division III team, so they get a different kind of team, different kind of team in the playoffs.
Different looks.
But I think at a minimum, I'd look for them to go the first week and then probably have a good game the second week and then see what happens. I like them to go at least 2 weeks, and I like Massey to go at least to probably the state semis, and then we see what happens there if they shore up their pass defense and really their run defense too, which surprisingly was a little bit off tonight. Shore that up, and I think you've got at least a Final Four team.
Well, what's interesting about Massey, it just seems like when they need to score or want to score, they score. They don't, a lot of times don't match their offense with their defense, but give New Richmond credit. Every time they took a punch to the face, they got up off the ground and answered. And it's not easy to do that at this level and these types of kids, especially when you're playing a program like Clinton-Massie. So hats off to New Richmond. Jeff, tell us about Colette Farms one more time.
Colette Farms Pioneer Seed is a family-owned and operated seed dealership offering Pioneer brand products, seed treatments, and trusted agronomic advice for over 45 years. With the use of local data, technology, and digital tools, we help farmers maximize every acre's potential. Count on us throughout the season, working directly with you. Colette Farms Pioneer Seed, farmers just like you.
And John Robert Excavating, what about them?
John Roberts Excavating, Tony, located in Wilmington, and it's a family-owned business since 1998. They're specialized and experienced in general excavation, sewer, storm, grading, field tile drainage, land clearing, ponds, demolition, and paving. Look them up on Facebook or call 937-382-1788, 937-382-1788 for a free estimate.
Well, a great night of high school football in the great state of Ohio, right down the road from the birthplace of 18th President, General Ulysses S. Grant. We passed his birthplace on the way here, which first time I've ever been down here.
Point Pleasant
That was
is
fun.
the name of the town. Many people in Ohio from southeastern Ohio will know Point Pleasant is directly across the river from Gallipolis, which is where my mother's family is from, and my mother. And of course, in 1967, that's where the tragedy of the Silver Bridge collapse happened. So Point Pleasant, Ohio, though, over here, New Richmond, and it was nice to see that.
Well, a great night here at New Richmond High School. New Richmond kids milling around the field and enjoying the effort they made tonight, and a lot of camaraderie amongst the team. A tough loss for them. They hung in there the whole way against the Clinton-Massie Falcon powerhouse. Let's give some goodbyes and thanks for tonight. First of all, on the cameras, Joe Holdren, who's got the cowboy hat. He's not realizing he has to do all the work of carrying this stuff out of here because my back hurts or I got some problem where I can't carry things, Jeff.
It's going to be tough taking it down that ladder.
And I think Dean and Joe Holdren, Dean Thompson and Joe Holdren, our two cameramen, are hired for that job because, what did I say, my hand hurts? What, my leg hurts?
Maybe it was your
Everything hurts. So I don't know if I can lift this stuff, but hey, great job by Joe and Dean as always. Sydney Phillips running the show up here. Poor thing's got to carry all this stuff to the car. I wish her well carrying all this by herself. I'm sure she'll do a great job. Jeff Merklin, another fantastic job on the color commentary and the analysis of this game. I'm Tony Mancuso. We were CampusNation.com, the YouTube channel of Campus Nation, 106.9 WZAA in Jeffersonville. You can catch the game on podcast as many times as you want. You can rewatch it, rewind it, pause it, stop it when we talk about Robert Smith and Ian Sunter and try to figure out what we meant. If you read it, or excuse me, if you watch it many times over, maybe you will, maybe you won't. The final here from New Richmond High School, the Clinton-Massie Falcons 49, the New Richmond Lions 41. I'm Tony Mancuso signing off for CampusNation.com, and we'll see you next week at another high school football game.